Conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है.
Exceptional contribution to health space has also been recognized through such initiatives. These forums also received an overwhelming response from the industry. Several legendary brands have come out to support these efforts and have become the real change agents. In its efforts to make health a priority, IHW Council is committed to the making of a healthier India. Global health hazard Economy and social uncertainties due to COVID-19 pandemic made us more firm and responsible in our ideology. And we immediately felt the need of taking our efforts to the masses through web and launched the landmark initiatives through our social media handles. Over the past 4 months, we have hosted many virtual summits, talk shows and symposiums, mega movements and reached out to millions of audiences online through our extensive promotion on social media and digital space. IHW Council, always welcoming the like-minded companies, social organizations and individuals engaged meaningfully in uplifting people, communities and societies. Let's join the movement for people to get their basic birthright: clean air, clean water, good food and good health, and help in making Bharat a healthy nation.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kamal Narayan Omar, CEO of Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, a social impact institution promoting health for all, and welcome you all to the seventh and concluding day of Bharat Nutrition Week, a 7-day long virtual initiative to support the nation's mission against malnutrition and building a Swasth and Ayushman Bharat. For a nation that is the largest producer of milk and pulses and the second largest producer of rice, wheat, sugarcane, groundnut, vegetables, and fruits, having the largest number of world's malnourished and undernourished people is a painful irony. This paradox has been haunting our nation for over 7 decades now, taking major toll on our productivity, health, lives of our people. Bharat Nutrition Week is not only trying to create a greater public awareness about the role of nutrition in our health, our life, but also bring together all stakeholders of health, food, and economic growth to look the nutritional security in a more holistic manner. to make our children and school kids the advocates of healthy food habits, we are also hosting a national level virtual Poshan quiz contest in the line with the idea mooted by the Prime Minister recently in his Mann Ki Baat. So let's have a quick recap of what happened in the 6 days of this unique conclave. All that comes to us is processed in some way or the other, be it an apple or a bread or frozen meat or even salt that you eat.
So I think the processing industry is key to develop a sustainable system in any country to create food security.
The two big issues that we need to address in our food system is inflammation and addiction.
Marketers like us or marketers like others needs to be super responsible. What we are doing with the young generation, what we are doing with the kids, what we are doing with the moms.
It is true, what you cook at home is going to be that much more healthy than what you eat from outside.
No food has caused your disease. No food is going to cure your disease. But the diet play an important pivotal role as a complementary agent in the healing and care of arthritis and rheumatism.
All these extra findings show us that health and hygiene are so heavily integrated.
अपने देश की इकोनॉमी इंप्रूव होनी चाहिए, अपने देश के हर आदमी को सच्चा डाइट मिलना चाहिए। इस कार्यक्रम के लिए IHW काउंसिल को धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
So I'm so happy to see us all coming together for this Nutrition Week.
We are aware about the importance of food, and it's time to discuss about the food safety and hygiene.
You can't kill this thing even with running water. But what you have to do is maintaining precautions is the one option, and then proper cooking is another option.
We should treat our body as a temple, and if we are fit, we can take care of our family members, we can take care of our society at the end. We say that each one teach one.
You need to heal your relationship with food. I think that is the first thing that you need to do.
Ayurveda also says that you are not what you eat, but you are what you digest.
The Bharat Poshan Premier Quiz. This is the day 1, and the theme for today is calcium.
Let's start with our day 2 and round 1. The theme for today is vitamin C and vitamin D.
So this is the day 3, and the theme for today is
Anemia.
all right.
So this is day 4. The theme for today is immunity.
Immunity.
This is day 5, and the theme for today is protein.
Okay. Today is the semi-finale, all right, guys? This is day 6, and the theme for today is health.
Calcium warriors, anemia fighters, and immunity boosters are going to our grand finale tomorrow.
Few ingredients can come together to make something so spectacular.
You can cook anything, but adding love to the food that you make is very important.
We make eating healthy easy. Thank you for having me over. Thanks.
Thank you.
So today we are going to discuss the most critical part of our food system as well as nutritional security, our agriculture and farmers. The green and white revolution transformed us from sip to mouth society to a food surplus nation. But have the fruits of this abundance really reached to those who needed it most? And what must be done now to ensure that our agriculture, which is the backbone of our economy, also become the backbone of our nutritional security? That is also a prerequisite for making a healthy, strong, and a happy nation. To help us understand this, we have a really esteemed and a star-studded panel today with us. So let me welcome with us Mr. Ajay Veer Jakar, who himself is a farmer and one of the, he's an icon of progressive farming. He is also the chairman of Bharat Poshan Samaj as well as Punjab State Farmers Commission. He is a citrus farmer based in Maujgarh village in Punjab and is a member of various cooperative societies advocating farmers' prosperity. Mr. Jakar is the editor of agriculture magazine Farmers Forum and Krisak Samachar that aims to improve dialogue between farmers, policymakers, and those who influence policy in India. So welcome, Mr. Jakar, on this show today. We also have with us Dr. Anil Kumar Singh. He is the Secretary of National Academy of Agricultural Sciences and is a veteran in the field with over 4 decades of experience. He began his career with the Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. He was also awarded with an honorary membership of the Indian Society of Soil Science, and he has been the Secretary of Indian Society of Water Management since 1999. Welcome, Mr. Singh, Dr. Singh, on this show. We also have Mr. Rajesh Agrawal. He is the Managing Director of Insecticides India Limited, a BSc and NSC listed agrocare company. He is passionately championing the cause of farmers through the various CSR activities of his organization and has been focusing on various awareness programs to enhance crop productivity while maintaining and improving soil health and only the judicious use of agrochemicals. So welcome, Mr. Agrawal, on this 6th day of Bharat Nutrition Week. So as we showed to all of you that we have been in the last these 6 days has been discussing about the policy issues which is kind of impacting and required to ensure that we get a better nutritional security. Today we will be discussing about these issues related to farmers. So what best can be to than to begin it with a farmer himself. So let me ask the first question to Mr. Jakar. So as Mr. Jakar, we all know we are largest producer of most of the food grains and all other farm produces, and still we see a very high scale of malnutrition and even sometimes hunger even within our farmers community. How do you see this paradox? How do you describe it? What is making this such a painful irony?
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and it is a great pleasure to be with Anil Kumarji and with Rajesh Agrawalji on this panel. To your specific question, let me rephrase your question and put it as a problem, is that most of those who are hungry today and malnutritioned in the country are farmers themselves. This is the irony of the fact. And why I think the problem is that most farmers are now dependent on market forces for their nutrition. So the whole food value chain system, the whole food processing industry, I think needs a reset. It needs a relook, that farmers have to become self-sufficient to whatever extent possible in their own nutritional requirement. When I talk about nutritional requirement, I'm not talking about cereals, but they have to become nutritional in their vegetable requirement at least. And that requires a rethink in how government designs policies and nutrition programs. The government needs to look at backyard poultry, small animals, goats, pigs, sheep. It needs to focus on dairy. It needs to focus on backyard kitchen gardens, small kitchen gardens. So how you design your policy will have an impact. But these things are long-term goals, and I think to achieve a nutrition through biofortification, through industry linkages, through linkages with the food processing industry is not the way to get nutrition on the farms. So I think we need to relook at the whole system of how it is being designed. There is a disconnect between the health ministry, between the agriculture ministry, between the environment ministry, between the agriculture research institutions. I think a holistic view needs to be taken where all these institutions need to come together and work towards one goal. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a very interesting aspect as well. You know, I think the food system itself and its impact on health is managed by almost 6 ministries, or it can go to 7-8 ministries also if we include water, environment, and everything from fruit processing to health to agriculture to dairy and fisheries. Mr. Dr. Anil Singh, how do you see this whole problem as Mr. Jakhar is identifying? That we require those kitchen garden level, small scale poultry, backyard poultry, where the farmers can get the backyard vegetable production and all that. Why it is not happening? I think this is something which is very innate. Farmers can do that. What is making them not to do this?
Yeah, I think thank you very much for inviting me to this gathering, this August gathering. I think what Jakhar Saab has highlighted, is the key issue. See, we are the second largest producer, as far as food production is concerned. Horticulture production also, we are breaking all records. And vegetables and fruits are supposed to be providing the nutrition which is required, one of the. And when we really talk of food security, what we should interpret food security as you say is that all people at all time have a physical, social and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food, catering to the dietary needs and the food preferences. So that's the key thing. And in fact, Hippocrates said long time back that let food be thy medicine. So coming to, if you look at that, earlier, when we talk of nutri-millets, farmers used to grow for their own consumption, right? Now, when we shifted to the cereal production, for whatever reasons was required at the time, the area under these things had reduced. So, which they used for home consumption, now is no longer there. So, that is one of the reasons why, as has been mentioned by Jakharji and also during the Nutrition Week, it has been very clearly mentioned that we have the largest number of children, malnourished. We have the largest number of wasted children, which is again, and that affects everything, the productivity of a person, of a human being. And one of the initiatives that Jakhar Saab mentioned is of a kitchen garden, or what you call a nutrition garden, So a farmer can have a nutrition garden in which prescribe those plants and those vegetables, whatever is required, so that he is able to meet the requirement. So that is one thing which must be propagated at a large scale, whether you call it a kitchen garden or a nutrition garden. The purpose is that you should be providing the nutrition to the family. And I think now, see, vegetables, fruits, because of the market or whatever you can say, generally it is being sold. But the whole chain, particularly of the perishable products, particularly fruits and vegetables, has a lot of problems. And I think that is why when you talk of a supply chain management system, it is very, very important. And as Jakhar Saab said, if the farmer has the money or the resources, probably he can take care of the nutrition also. So having a supply chain management which is able to provide enough livelihood, enough income to the farmer will also partly take care of this issue. So at this point, I would like to stop here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. Mr. Agrawal, you have been seeing and working with farmers communities for so long. So before I go to the nutritional security, or also we need to look into the food security in a different manner. We are seeing, and I have been reading about, from your various articles, that how the farmlands are decreasing. We see a large scale of farmers migrating to other, jobs, to the cities and all that. We are a food surplus country as of now, but how do you see that maybe 20 years down the line? Are we going to be a food surplus country by that time, also keeping in mind that the increasing population burden as well? Or we can, is the right time to start talking about nutritional security, and food security is something we have already achieved completely?
Yeah, thank you very much. So both the speakers before me have given their ideas, so I'll like to extend it further. Because I believe that the farmer is in the business of agriculture to make his both ends meet. And if we look at today's government policy, it says doubling of farmer income, more food, quality. Again, quality has a different definition. What is quality from farmer's perspective? The quality is what is easily sellable. So I believe that the policy needs a twist. If we are planning 20 years hence, or if we look the development which has taken place in last few decades, yes, India food production has increased. But what is increasing? Is the farmer trying to do the main crops what are easily sellable, or he is shifting towards fruits and vegetables? Because if we look at the life cycle of the people is changing. 20 years hence, it was 60 odd years. Now it has become 75, and 20 years from now, maybe 80 or 85. So the dietary requirements, the food requirements are also changing. We need a lot of vegetables, fruits, and the production is also going up. But at the same time, are we aware that what quality of food is being produced? Are they providing us the nutrition level required? Are we trained? Are there enough experts who are there to educate everybody, not only the farmer, but also the consumer? Why there are certain diseases like blood pressure, sugar, a lot of others, which are more popular into our area or our country, and they are not there in the other parts of the world? So it is something to do with the deficiencies in the food, and we definitely need to look at it. India has produced enough quantity, but now if we want to double the farmer's income in the real sense, and if we want the food security along with the nutrition security, we need to change the type of food which the farmer is sold. So that is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very important point. Mr. Jakar, Dr. Singh also said that if we increase the income of the farmers, it is possibly have an impact on the nutrition side of it. But do you really think that just by increasing the income can also make you more conscious or concerned about the nutrition? As we see in city life, many of the well-off families or the people who are not kind of struggling to earn their livelihood, or and have no problem in affording the best of the food. Also, you find a lot of malnutrition among them. Like, for example, every second woman in cities also is anemic. So, do you see that increasing farmers' income is directly connected with the better health outcomes also, as with the better awareness towards nutrition?
Definitely, जैसे सिंह साहब ने बताया कि income of the farmer has a connection to his nutrition. Now, but having said that, it is not enough to increase income to have nutrition, as you are saying. So what I want to say again, what I said, maybe I was not clear, is that we need to make sure that farmers cultivating do not only cultivate cash crops. They do not cultivate for the market. Their dependence on their own nutrition requirements should be met as much as possible from their own cultivation. Only depending on market forces also makes them consumers when food inflation goes up. And that is the problem with policy, because the government will always seek to control inflation. When it seeks to control inflation, the first thing they target is food prices, which impacts agriculture incomes. So what I'm saying is a threefold strategy for nutrition of farmers also. One is that we make them Atmanirbhar in growing their own nutrition requirement by encouraging, let's say, backyard poultry and putting eggs into the midday meal scheme in their own villages. By being able to grow their own seasonal vegetable requirement. How can the government design policies that they do that, which is completely different than giving subsidies for maize seeds or giving subsidies for pesticides or giving subsidies for better quality wheat seeds, because it's a different shift in thinking. Also, what is required is a 20-year awareness campaign in this country about good eating habits. You will have to start from KG, you will have to start from kindergarten, from nursery classes, and tell children. Then we need to tax, and which may not go, I don't know who is sponsoring your program, but it may not go with everyone's liking, Narayanji. But I think we need to tax sugar and we need to tax salt and food processing. That is the only way to control, and we need to do that. Till we do not control sugar, it could be in aerated drinks, till we don't control sodium and salt in food packaging, these problems are going to arise. So we need an awareness campaign, which is a 20-year campaign that we take a generational shift. You cannot teach it over 1 or 2 years. You need to start with school, and you need to tax, you need to stop advertisements of food which are not healthy. It needs a holistic point of view. You need to get the advertising industry into this. You need to, but newspapers will not support it. Websites will not support it because they lose advertisement revenue. So there are a lot of vested forces in this which will not allow India to achieve health goals. And how agriculture subsidies are given also impacts what people eat. So can we have a system where agriculture subsidies and your health targets, they are in sync with each other? You cannot think in every box. You cannot have health ministry designing its policies and saying sugar is bad, and somebody else is saying subsidize sugar, somebody is saying something. So it needs a holistic point of view. I'll just stop here now.
Thank you so much. But your one point is very important, that how we are going to make our farmers Atmanirbhar for their own nutritional requirements. Yeah. But Dr. Singh, this is a very different kind of situation. We are not sure which one to actually tackle, because as Mr. Jakharji is saying that everything is being done in silos. And maybe one ministry's action may be, getting hampered by the other ministry's action, because both of them are trying to achieve two different objectives. So how do you see that, with your experience, what is the way forward? What should the government do and try to, when they come up with this kind of, nutrition mission, where we are looking forward to, kind of eliminate malnutrition from, our country and substantially reach towards that? What can be the possible way which you suggest?
What I would suggest is, I think if I build on what Jakharji is saying, if you are farmer-centric, right? A farmer integrates all, whatever, maybe the different ministries, maybe, animal husbandry, maybe crops, maybe fisheries and horticulture, whatever it is. A farmer integrates, he represents an integrated system. So if you have a policy which is farmer-centric, and you think, okay, nutrition is one, as for example, we are talking of nutrition. And I think I mentioned earlier also, and when before this green revolution, farmers used to grow all these small items, for their own consumption. Very little was sent to the market, for very little compared to that. And but with the change in situation, now the market has pulling all those things. So it is important that, number one, the awareness should be there. I think I agree totally with Jagar Saab that the awareness of health. Fortunately, in this COVID times, a lot of awareness on diets and things has come up. I think we should build on that. A farmer, a nutrition garden or a kitchen garden can supply many things. Only thing the awareness is required. You might have heard about moringa, for example. It's a superfood. Sugar beet. These are many underutilized crops are there, like your nutri millets, which are powerhouse of nutrients. They should be a part of the production system. We are also, if you look at the egg production, also we have gone probably 27, 28 times if you compare with what was in 1950. So material is available. Only thing is the access has to be provided to the farmer through awareness, through awareness for having a nutrition garden. Awareness, these things are important. Cereals are important, carbohydrates, but they have to be supplemented by proteins and by many other things. Only then the whole thing will come up. It was mentioned in that there are in cities also there is malnutrition. Yes, because the products that are being only now we have become aware that it is very, very important. Biofortification is important. But again, making all those things available to the farmer. So first part is the awareness. Second is making it available to him. And I think at a village level, at a cluster level, if you can start promoting these things, it can make a big difference. It will certainly take time because, as you all know, that reaching those so many, 14 crores of families and reaching them, where 85%, more than 85% are small and marginal farm holdings, for whom the day-to-day living is more important. So I think these issues have to be kept. If you have a program which is farmer-centric, I think it will take care of all those silos, all those ministries or departments which work in silos. And that's the only solution, I think.
Thank you so much. So, Rajesh ji, biofortification, diversification of crops, these are the things which are coming up again and again, and which is, in a way, I think, not happening at the grassroots level of the farmers. You also have been, I think, trying to, kind of educate farmers, and I think farmers' education has been an important aspect, as many other companies are doing, but your company was also doing that a lot. So you were trying to educate farmers, about, kind of cultivating moong crop, which can help, improving the soil health as well, and kind of give the right kind of diversification, which can also be useful for, let's say, for the animal feed and all that. How much these farmers are actually inclined to do that? How successful has been your experiment?
It's a difficult route which we have taken, because going to a farmer and telling him that you don't do your traditional crop, or in between the traditional crop you have time and you can sow an extra crop, it may be a vegetable or it may be something like moong or any pulses, it is difficult, because we have to approach him and we have to tell him that you have to change your traditional practices. And definitely it's a challenge, but yes, our boys has been always pushing it, because we believe that the agriculture depends on rains, and excessive and short rains have an impact. And since the water is always a constraint, so under these circumstances, if he can have an extra crop, then it is good for him, good for his field. Because yes, he needs chemicals, he needs fertilizers, he needs agrochemicals, but if he can build the strength of his soil by sowing pulses or by putting some biologicals, it is good for him actually. Ultimately, we as a whole, we have to think that how much chemical this earth wants and how much chemical we are going to leave on this earth after we go. So that vision is very much there. So we work for this. But I have a few more points along with this to make. That number one, that we have to respect the farming. I mean to say that each and everybody of us has to be a farmer. If we want healthy food, why can't we make small kitchen gardens, or even in pots? We can put certain vegetables actually, which will look attractive, which we would love to eat actually, and they will be a good source of nutrition. And along with this, what is happening? We are leaving behind our traditions. What was the tradition? Purana gehu, purana chawal, purani dalein, season ka khao, seasonal sabji, seasonal fal. But now what the fad is? कितना महंगा है? मैं 200 रुपए किलो लाया, भाई आप 200 रुपए किलो लाए तो किसान को भी तो 100 रुपया मिला, तो वो क्या 1 रुपए का कीड़े को खाने देगा? नहीं खाने देगा, उसकी मजबूरी है। मैं डीलर को कितना भी समझा लूं, मैं अपनी टीम को कितना भी समझा लूं, मैं किसान को कितना भी समझा लूं, लेकिन जब उसको वो दाम मिल रहा है तब वो जाएगा एक्सेसिव स्प्रेइंग के लिए, तब सारी चीजें धरी की धरी रह जाएंगी। एक पॉइंट ये है। तो मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि अगर हम पुराने सिस्टम्स को अपनाएं, फास्ट फूड की जगह हम सुपर फूड्स को अपनाएं, जैसा अभी सिंह साहब ने भी बोला, तो एक बहुत अच्छी चीज हो सकती है। और उसके साथ साथ एक चीज पे जहां हम काम नहीं करते हैं, बहुत कम अभी तक सोच आ रही है, वो पॉइंट ये है कि जिंक, विटामिन, माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स हम ऊपर से क्यों खाना पड़ता है? मेरे खाने में वो क्यों नहीं हो सकता? अगर हिंदुस्तान में हम कार्बोहाइड्रेट सबसे ज्यादा खाते हैं, जिसके अंदर व्हीट है, जिसके अंदर राइस है, अगर ये सारी रिक्वायरमेंट्स जिंक की, विटामिन की, माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट की मेरे खाने से पूरी हो जाए, तो मुझे ऊपर से दवा लेने की जरूरत नहीं है। एंड द डिजीजेस which come along with the deficiency of these important nutrients तो वो भी नहीं होंगे। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक पॉलिसी शिफ्ट की, एक एजुकेशन की जरूरत है, जो कि स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा आपको प्राइमरी लेवल से, और बहुत ज्यादा काम करना पड़ेगा सरकार को इसमें, बिकॉज अकेली कोई कंपनी या कुछ लोग इसमें नहीं कर पाएंगे, लेकिन एक ऐसी सोच लानी पड़ेगी, तब हम सही मायने में देश को स्ट्रांग बना पाएंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Agrawal, for bringing this important point that, are our consumers ready to, kind of pay to farmers instead of paying to the pharmacies? So, Mr. Jakhar, what has been your experience on that? You are a grower. How do you see the consumer behavior, and will that 20 years campaign will help on it, or it can be, or do you already see some kind of shifting preferences from the buyers or consumers?
No, consumers will not want to pay higher price to farmers. Let's be very clear on it. And they will always want cheap food. And all regimes, whether they be Yemen, whether they be Tunisia, whether they be Egypt, whether they be India, Turkey, or other regimes, will always focus to control inflation, and that will be at the cost of the farming community. But I don't know how much time there is in this program. What I would also want to bring on this program is safety of food, which we are not discussing, which was one of the primary issues why you called me here. And I think you have a food safety authority in India, which is supposed to look after safety of food. But most people forget the fact that Food Safety Authority of India's mandate starts after packaging of food. But if we do not send quality food from the farms, there's not much that food processing industry can do. If you remember, there was a case against Nestle Maggie's for some time back on pesticides in the produce. Now, it was obviously, I don't think so it was there within their grasp of things, because what they're buying from farmers. So what we need to do is, we need to make sure that the food that is coming out from the farms is of quality produce. And I will say 3 things which are required to try and get quality produce from the farm. First is, you need good agriculture extension services, which Rajesh Agrawal ji and Anil Kumar Singh ji will agree with me, that there is a 50% vacancy on agriculture extension officers who will tell farmers on how to grow properly, how not to use extra inputs. There's a 50% vacancy. There is a 50% vacancy in this country on agriculture research scientists at all positions, from the topmost position to the bottommost position, including, I would say, research assistants, professors, and everything. So there is a 50% vacancy in human resources. This country is focusing on infrastructure. Till we don't focus and till we don't bring our focus back on human resources as a priority before infrastructure, these problems are not going to go away. Second thing, 2 more things quickly before I end. So second thing that is required for getting quality produce is that we need a QR code in every packaging of every chemical that is sold to farmers. Because increasingly more in the future, to get a value-added price for farmer produce or for increasing agriculture exports, whether they be food processed exports or fresh fruits and vegetable exports, consumers will demand quality produce. They will demand traceability from the food source till the shopping. So we need to ensure that there's a QR code. We need to ensure that every red chemistry pesticide which is sold is reported to the state government in real time. Now, governance issues need to come in. Regulation needs to improve, and we need to get digital technologies along with farm extension officers. Digital technologies is commonly, when you look at other webinars and other discussions happening on digital technologies, every digital technology startup says we will solve the problem. We don't need officers on the ground. Digital technology through an app, we will tell farmers what to do. It's all bloody rubbish. You need extension officers to help farmers. They can be helped by digital technologies. They can aid that help. And if we get all this right, then we will be on the right path. Thank you.
Thank you. Food safety was definitely a point to be discussed, and we actually have 15 more minutes. So, but good that you have brought in. So let me then go to the Mr. Agrawal on this. Mr. Agrawal, what is this whole discourse around pesticides and food security and safety? And that is important aspect, because the consumers are, kind of getting worried, and we have seen so many informations coming that how pesticide or overuse of pesticides is impacting the quality of food and the safety of food. How your company like yours are trying to mitigate that problem, and how much it is possible to kind of phase out pesticides or reduce the uses of pesticide?
I also believe that if there can be some better solution, if there are no chemicals. But the dilemma is, more developed the country, more is the consumption of chemical in all walks of life. So is the truth in agriculture. If we look at the entire world, it's a 56 billion agrochemical market, and India is just $3 billion, which means we are about 5%. And with 5% of agrochemicals, I would say, feeding 70% of world's population. So I mean to say, as a whole, the consumption is not huge. It's much lesser than the world average. But yes, a change is coming. What is the change? The change is more greener chemistry products are coming, and the older generation products which used to exist in the past are moving away. These are all generics. So generics, when they were made, they were not invented in India. Everything got invented in the Western world, and it is being sold in the Western world even today. In countries like USA, Europe, Japan, all parts of the world, they are using these technologies. So I mean to say that there is no other easy solution available, but at the same time, yes, the older products are under pressure, as pointed out about the red triangle products. So I'll not say that the red triangle product is very harmful and the other is not harmful, because if we look at the list of the government, 27 pesticides, which they have issued the proposed ban. So this list involved red triangle, yellow triangle, blue triangle, and green triangle products. It includes herbicides, insecticides, fungicides, all grades. So I mean to say, yes, there is increasing lobby against agrochemicals, but yes, if they are used judiciously, they are not as harmful as we predict. Yes, we need to change our habits. As I pointed out in my earlier communication, that if we can eat seasonal food, seasonal vegetables, we can adopt to the best practices. Because if there is malnutrition, agrochemical is not responsible. The responsible is what I'm eating. If I'm eating fast food, I'm not eating fresh food, I'm not eating home cooked food, if the food does not contain nutrition, then agrochemical cannot be at harm. And regarding the second point of digitalization, I would like to point out that government is already very serious. They have given us the notice, they have given us dates. We are talking about that very shortly, this traceability of agrochemical will be implemented fully. The QR code is coming. The detailed leaflets will be essentially a part of the label, which will have all details. So all these systems improvement, they are taking place. And we as an industry also wants that consumers should be informed. Farmer is our first consumer, and ultimately the food is consumed by the masses. I also think sometimes that why people don't look at agrochemicals positively. Because if the pharmaceutical is saving your life, at the same time you are getting food because there are agrochemicals. So we need to work on the perception, and we work a lot. Like you are aware that we run various pages like agrochemical zaruri hai, we run Happy Farmer, Happy India. We try to educate the people. So we cannot run away from something. We cannot say like they are not lethal. They are lethal. If you are going to fight a battle, you need a sword, you need a bullet. So you have to have it, and it has to be strong. But in simple words, I put it, that if you are suffering from some disease, then you have to take a medicine. If you delay the medicine, then what happens? The disease multiplies and you need more medicine. Similarly, if your neighbor has some problem, you don't start eating the medicine. Same is true with the farmer. Farmer is aware how to use agrochemicals, he is using. Yes, there can be certain pressures, market forces, other things, because as I mentioned, that if the price is too high, particularly for vegetable and fruits, he goes crazy. Nobody can help him. So, but we as a consumer have to help us. We should know that we need Indian vegetable, Indian fruit. Why do we look at the imported fruits, which are more costlier? Because their looks are good. But their looks are good. How much is the time of transit which they are carried to our home? So we have to look at all those aspects, and we have to develop our habits. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Singh, since we are talking about food safety, is this agrochemical a necessary evil, or how do you say it? What is
See,
it?
okay, let me just explain. See, whenever agrochemical dose is prescribed, the experiment before it is recommended for any use, the process says that there should be no residual effect of that chemical, right? Let's talk about agrochemicals, pesticides, herbicides. Now, so they are, whatever experiments are done on field or wherever it is, the care is taken that it is not detrimental as far to the environment, to the health of the plant or the farm. That's the basic philosophy of how a chemical is developed, right? Now, the problem comes, and I think where both Dr. Agrawal and Jagaji said is a cure code. What happens is that in the dealer, when he supplies, when the quality is not there, it is spurious. Farmer, suppose, sprays a particular chemical given on the dose described, he finds that it is ineffective, right? So he increases the dose just to be sure, double, triple. That is why the chemicals are blamed, that they are responsible for that. As was mentioned by Mr. Agrawal, we use probably, if you take out couple of crops, we use very little of chemicals in the crops. There are certain crops like, vegetables, and why cotton, BT cotton came, why brinjal, BT brinjal is being talked about is to reduce those use of consumption of pesticides. So one is the judicious use, I agree. Second thing is integrated pest management is a solution. We are now talking about green technologies so that the environment is protected and takes care of the health. So, and I believe that now the time has come because of digitization that you should have a traceability from the production, processing, distribution, and retailing. The whole chain has to have a mechanism so that you can trace out where the problem is happening. So, as far as the chemicals are concerned, and let's come to the fertilizers. The same thing is in case of fertilizers. We have been saying for decades that please go in for balanced fertilization. Now, if a certain fertilizer is cheap, farmer says probably if he applies that, the yield would be better. It just doesn't happen. A plant requires 17 nutrients, total all-inclusive NPK. The focus is only on NPK. Why do we have zinc deficiency? Why do we have iron deficiency? Why do we have boron deficiency? Selenium? Because these micronutrients, which are required in small quantities, are not being applied. This market has to now, gradually the realization is there that you have to, and these micronutrients, they are not applied to soil. The deficiencies carried to plants, carried to animals, and then to human beings. We come to know of a problem when a human being is affected. For example, arsenic toxicity. It was when humans started getting that toxins, then it was realized that it is the water which is, the irrigation water which is being used is the one which has that, which is being for contaminating the crops, contaminating the water which is used for drinking. So the entire chain has to be looked into it. Yes, we should have green technologies for all these things. And as I said, digitization is there, and we can have a system which will take care of all these issues. And if we can monitor the quality of chemicals being used very strictly. I think it's very important. It is very important because if you want to, from local to global, then it is food safety. You have to have stringent food safety and quality regulations in place. Otherwise, problems would come up when a product reaches outside or when it is consumed. Because safe and nutritious food is not only for export, it is also required for our own consumption. So I like to stop.
Thank you. Mr. Jakar, you want to add something on it?
So I just want to add that what I was not saying that agrochemicals are not required. Agrawal Saab may have misunderstood me. What I'm saying is that we need extension of services, better extension officers, advisors, and Anil Kumarji will also agree with me, Singh Saab will agree with me, to advise farmers on when to use which chemicals so that usage is limited. But there's another aspect that never comes in any health discussion in this country, is that 70% of the antibiotic use is in the animal husbandry sector, in the dairy sector, and the industrial poultry sector. Now, nobody talks about it. There is no record about it. The poultry industry, the dairy industry don't have to keep any data on what they're using. So there is a huge problem of chemical and use in food production. I'm not saying we can do away with it. As Punjab State Farmers Policy, draft policy has very clearly said is that we have to try and reduce use of chemicals by 10%. We are not saying ban chemicals, not to do with it. How we can do it, I was trying to give you ways where we increase the manpower available, and we also increase digital connectivity and traceability so farmers can get a better value. Thank you so much.
So what is the also the way forward, how the farmer Punjab is taking this forward? Just if you can get some more, kind of case study which can help the our audience also to understand that how other states should follow this suit.
So we have managed to reduce use of chemicals by 10% every year since the last 3 years. We are consistently reducing the use of chemicals by having better extension services. Basically, it's the agriculture department and the Punjab Agriculture University which are working more closely with each other, and we're reducing this. Even the regulation within the department has improved substantially. When let's say when I joined the Farmers Commission, we did a study on how many pending cases were there in against the pesticide industry for selling spurious pesticides, fake pesticides, and things like that. So we found that there were many cases. Some of those cases had not been filed by government officials for 5 years, 7 years. They had become time barred. So the government took action against such officers. The government also insisted, and when it improved governance and regulation, now we have no pending cases in Punjab. So even the department is working properly. And I think a lot of the flack that the pesticide industry like Agarwal ji Saab is heading gets because they are spurious manufacturers who are using the good brands and selling spurious products. So I appeal to the pesticide industry also to help the government get such people, to get such culprits arrested and cases filed on them. It is not just the government which can do something. We have faith in the pesticide industry to help get the bad lot out of the industry. So it's these, and on either side of the Yamuna, with my experience, I can tell you in UP and in Haryana, you have a lot of industries which are not registered, which make fake pesticides, and they use the brands which farmers like and they appreciate and they sell products. So these are things of governance also is required. Like initially I said, a lot of things need to come together. They need to sit together and do this.
Thank you. Mr. Rajesh want to say something, I think. Then I'll go with the last round of comment, which is...
I would like to reply about the myths actually. The first one is the quantity of agrochemical which is being used. Like when I joined industry in 2000s, so the market size was 2,500 crores. Today it has become 20,000 crores. You may raise a finger, yes, it has multiplied by 10. But here I would like to tell you, the quantity of agrochemical, what was used that day and quantity of agrochemical, what is being used today is continuously decreasing. And henceforth, the quantity will continuously decrease. The second point is why the quantity is going to decrease, because the new generation solutions are coming where the dosage is too small, where the AI content is low, and they focus on the target product. The second thing is regarding the quality. Yes, there are about 10-12% of black sheep which exist. They exist on the, as rightly pointed out by Jakar Sahab, on the sides of the Yamuna River, on the borders of the states actually, they are also the existence. But there are many of those peoples are dons actually, which the industry cannot tackle, because even when we approach to police and we try to name, there is nothing in their plant because they are already pre-informed and it is becoming very difficult to catch them. Sometimes we hire detective agencies and we submit proper proofs, but the much action is not happening. And the bad name is coming to the industry. Sir, I would like to mention that the failure ratio in the industry is very, very low. We want that the government labs should also become NABL and GLP certified, as you are expecting from the industry. We are deriving all the data from them. And the industry, which is the responsible industry, does not make any fake or duplicate or poor quality products. It is majorly happening in the superior business is happening between 10-12% of the players, which are fly-by-night operators. They are either the small shopkeeper or trader, they will make it, they will put false labels. But yes, with the tracking system coming in, I believe that this will also reduce to an extent. But yes, there will be effort. I will give you assurance that from the industry side, we would cooperate with the government, all departments, and we will try to help the government in finding the black sheeps actually, so that the image of the industry improves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Your kind of concluding remark as a consumer or as a the normal citizen, how we can get a more responsibly grown and I think a better kind of more health oriented food, and what all it's going to take for that. How can there be any more information system, like in the food packaging now we can see some kind of, at least some part of it, that what are the nutritional values and all. Can we get to see that, okay, this product has been grown with the right kind of, because a problem seems to be multifaceted, from fertilizer to agrochemicals, overuse or underuse, or maybe many other aspects which are involved. The quality of seeds, the quality of and also the climate impact on that. So how do we solve this problem when food is becoming a major contributor to diseases? How are we going to reduce that?
Yeah, see, I think everybody desires safe, nutritious and healthy food, right? I think now the supply chain management has to be more organized, because we have a very large unorganized sector compared to the organized sector. And I think this large retail business has to be promoted. And as was mentioned, first thing is, well, you should have very strict regulatory mechanism in place. With the technologies that are available now, it is possible to monitor what is happening in the farm, what is happening on the way, on the transport, what is happening. I mean, it's very easy now to have a look at what is happening on the ground. So if you can have a supply chain management system which takes care of the farmer, the producer, and the entire chain. Now, it's not a very easy thing, because it's a very complicated process. It improves, you need a network, you need people involved in that, you need a processing unit and all those things. But I think it is possible. One has to have a look at it. And with the government's push right now for the agro infrastructure, with the focus on the cold chain storage chains, cold storage chains, which they want, the MSMEs, which they want, the agro processing, I think it is possible. One of the things I feel which government can do is, if you can have those agro processing structures created in the rural, in the catchment areas, I can say, for example, you have some farming family, they have intense activities, at certain intervals, not throughout the entire crop period or whatever it is. Why not have some skilling given to them, human capacity building for them, involve them in the primary and secondary processing in those areas, and let them contribute that will help their income. They will also become aware that a good quality food, particularly when you want to export, is very important. So I think if we focus on this entire supply chain management, using the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, many times has referred to blockchain, promoting blockchain management. So all these things can make a big difference. It will take time, no doubt about it. But this is required, because the safe and nutritious healthy food is everybody's requirement.
So nutritious healthy food is everyone's requirement, and it is also very precious commodity. So should be also saved from wastage, and we should have a better supply chain, a localized processing, and the use of technology. I think these are the 3 points you are making. Mr. Jakar, what's your concluding remark on that? How we are going to get this nutritious healthy food, and not only we, even the farmers who are growing it?
I think so. If you look at all the debates, if you look at all the economists, academicians, they will always talk about farm to fork. They will say that we have to make supply chains which are farm to fork. I think times have changed. It is from fork to farm. What the consumers demand, farmers will have to grow as we go ahead. If consumers give better prices, farmers will grow those products. If consumers pay better prices for quality, farmers will grow those products. So ultimately, I think awareness in consumers is going to drive the change. It is not going to come from the industry. It is not going to come from the. The change is going to come because it is called for by consumers whom the industry wants to sell to. And that is the key message. We must understand that. We must help that change. We must not fight that change. We must spend crores and crores and thousands of crores on increasing awareness from school textbooks, from how your activities are designed, what you eat at home, what you eat in the school. And we have to go forward. We have to reduce the food miles. We have to make, as I was saying, we have to make farmers, we have to make village communities Atmanirbhar on seasonal local produce to whatever extent possible. And these are diametrical policy requirements or policy to what the government of India is doing today, or what larger multinational NGOs like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation are doing in Africa. They're messing up livelihoods. It needs a drastic change from ground down.
So I think the nutritional literacy is something which you are highlighting, that everyone has to start knowing, it should be aware, and I think that is going to drive the whole the system of bringing the safe and nutritious food, if we are as a consumer demanding that, and making also our communities, farmers community, villages Atmanirbhar to kind of arrange and look for their own nutritional security. Mr. Agrawal, what's your kind of wrapping up comment on it? You are on mute, sir, I think.
As an entrepreneur, I would like to hit it straight. My thought is like, particularly in the case of vegetables, fruits, etc., there are cycles. There are cycles when the price is very, very cheap. There are cycles when the prices are very, very high. At the time when the prices are cheap, if we can process that food and keep it or eat it, like to give a simple example, I was in Egypt 2 years back. So much tomatoes they give to, they serve in the salad. They said that it is our national vegetable and you have to eat it in every salad. So I ate 10, 12 tomatoes in before every food. So when the prices go down, if we can use or eat those type of foods, or if we can process onions, tomatoes, vegetables and keep it, then we get the nutrition, the target is met, and the food don't go waste, that is also met. So we have to identify and we have to change the eating habits and systems. Actually, that is something I believe. And it has to be educated at the base. Because when the child comes from home and tells his parent that, okay, sasta hai, ye lena hai, hame isko waste nahi karna. So it creates an impact actually. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, just to kind of wrap this up, what is coming out as a consensus that if we want to change the kind of food system we have, and also ensure that each one of us and everyone are getting the enough nutrition, the first thing we have to start, ensuring that we are looking for nutrition. We know where the nutrition is and how much we need it. I think that is the one thing which is coming very, very strongly from our panelists. And then comes the whole systemic changes, which we need to make sure that the farmers are being equipped with the technology, they are being equipped with the better awareness, they are being equipped with the better support system, kind of hand holding, which is all helping them to grow more responsibly and make our agriculture more sustainable, and I think becoming a contributor and a stakeholder into the health of our country. So with this, thank you so much for all three esteemed panelists of this session for joining the last day of Bharat Nutrition Week. Today we are going to have the grand closing of this 7-day whole conclave, which started from September 1, and every day we have been bringing people on a thematic side. We were from different aspects of our food system, from doctors to experts to influencers to producers to growers, and to even those influences our policies. So with this, thank you so much. We will be back with our good food talk show at 1 o'clock. Till then, keep watching, and at the same time, We will be running some of the more, the videos, and we are running a campaign on, Anemia Free Bharat with some of the partners, especially Artist, MPO, and Foxy. So I'll request my team to play a video on that, on anemia. And then with this, we are closing this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to Artist for Her. Artist focuses on activities that will contribute towards the Sustainable Development Goals as outlined by the United Nations. We are a group of expert healthcare professional, leaders of professional organizations, national and international, key opinion makers, researchers and academicians, leading clinicians in practice. Artist for Her has adopted an ambitious vision 2022, which has been categorized under 5 verticals A, B, C, D, E, namely adolescence care and anemia control, building contraceptive choice, cervical cancer and vaccine, diabetes, emergency care during childbirth. Artist supports programs that are built around A, R, T, advocacy, research, training. Advocacy. To reach patients and professionals with the right healthcare messages on the relevant channels. Build advocacy to address health, social and economic challenges. Empower women and youth. Research. Research in Indian context to see what works for us in this complex and diverse country with unique socio-economic challenges. Improve access to innovative and equitable healthcare solutions. Our complex social, political and economic dynamic makes India a truly unique nation. Training. Working with steadfast dedication towards building skilled healthcare workforce and enabling pertinent policy change especially in the sector of women's healthcare. Artist has also laid emphasis on lending emergency care and medical aid to women during childbirth. Artist has closely worked with the national body FOGSI and international body FIGO. The skill transfer by Artist is brought to scale through a cost-effective methodology on digital platform. Our vision is to train 1 million healthcare providers to reach every woman and girl in our country. Please join us and visit the website at www.artistforher.com.
Bara, 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 ho bara. 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 बारह से नीचे मुझे चैन ना आवे, दिल धक धक होवे, सांस फूल जावे। 12 से ऊपर हो तो जान में जान आवे, चेहरा खिल जावे, सारा काम हो जावे, फिर सब कुछ लगे प्यारा, जीवन जैसे बहती धारा, सबका मैं बनूं सहारा, क्योंकि मैं हूँ more than 12। 12, 12, 12 हो 12, 12, 12, 12 हो 12। 12 के नीचे मेरा दिल घबरावे, बाल झड़ जावे, चेहरा पीला पड़ जावे। 12 से ऊपर तो बात बन जावे, शक्ति आ जावे, सांस दुगना हो जावे। मिल गया खुशियों का इशारा, खुद को मैंने फिर संवारा, खुल गया सेहत का पिटारा, क्योंकि मैं हूँ more than 12।
Even I am more than 12, which means that the iron content in my blood is more than 12.
If it's less than 12, then we are anemic. And being anemic is a hazard for every woman, for her health and for her pregnancy. Let's make India anemia free and take the first step today by taking a blood test. The iron in your blood has to be more than 12.
More than bara.
The world moves on buttons and Shilpa's ready-to-use green tea fast-dissolving films eliminate food-grade plastics altogether. Refresh, recharge and rejuvenate with the world's only ready-to-use green tea films today. For more info, visit www.shilpaotc.com.
The Crazy Indian Foodie is a food and travel blog based in Bombay with a huge community of people who love food. So you can follow my Instagram, The Crazy Indian Foodie, for more fun, simple, healthy and easy recipe. Today I'm making two lovely recipes. The first recipe is a roasted tomato, carrot and garlic soup, which is beautiful because I've also added some olive oil, basil, parsley, herbs and a lot of things to it to make it a one meal soup. Let's talk about the health benefits of its ingredients. Firstly, coming to tomatoes, they are widely used all over the world in curries, in gravies, in chutneys, in soups, salads and in so many different forms. And they are really a super fruit, as we say that tomato is a fruit, and it's rich in vitamin C, it's rich in potassium, and it just gives such beautiful texture, flavor and color to every dish that it's added to. The second ingredient, garlic. Now garlic, we all love it. It's widely used in Indian cuisine. It's used in a lot of cuisines all over the world. It's not only good for its taste, but it's also good for cold and cough. It has antifungal, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory properties, and it's really a super ingredient that's easily available and that can be integrated into most of your dishes. Coming to the next ingredient, which is parsley. Now parsley is actually an Italian herb and it's widely used in pastas and pizzas and salad. It's also gaining a lot of popularity in India and it's used in fusion and Indian Italian dishes and soups. It looks beautiful and it also has a brilliant taste, especially if it's fresh. Parsley is rich in vitamin K. It also helps in your bone strength and has lots of other great qualities. The next ingredient, which is carrot, which we've always been taught about, is that it's good for your eyes because it has vitamin A. And again, it also adds a lot of flavor, texture and color to your dish. And that's how beautiful this whole soup comes out to be. And I've also used extra virgin olive oil, which again is healthy and anti-inflammatory. And I've also used a mix of a little bit of basil and some oregano and chili flakes to add to its flavor. And also roasting the vegetables really elevates the flavor more than just usually boiling or blanching them. So do try this recipe. enjoyed the roasted tomato, garlic and carrot soup recipe. Please try it at home. You can also use that as a sauce for your pastas, lasagnas and baked dishes. You can try it on a pizza, and there's so many things that you can do with it. Now, next recipe is the very simple and humble thepla that we all love. It's popular all around the world. It can be eaten at any time of the day, whether it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, as a snack. You can have it with aloo ki sabzi, you can have it with pickles, you can just have it with coffee, tea, or just as it is. And it's your travel companion, so you can carry it with you when you're traveling, and it can be your hunger partner for days. And in fact, now thepla has become so modern that people have been giving it new names and new types, creating new recipes like thepla tacos and God knows thepla kacharias and so many things with it. But my second recipe is the simple thepla with basic simple ingredients, some spices it all comes together to make a delicious snack. You can also add some methi to it alternatively to make it a little more healthier or make it as it is. So go and try this recipe. I hope you enjoy it. enjoyed both our recipes today. It was lovely being a part of this live session. If you like my recipes, please go and follow us on The Crazy Indian Foodie on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We also have a website for more fun, simple, delicious and easy recipes.
conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए, ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है.
Exceptional contribution to health space has also been recognized through such initiatives. These forums also received an overwhelming response from the industry. Several legendary brands have come out to support these efforts and have become the real change agents. In its efforts to make health a priority, IHW Council is committed to the making of a healthier India. Global health hazard, economy and social uncertainties due to COVID-19 pandemic made us more firm and responsible in our ideology. And we immediately felt the need of taking our efforts to the masses through web and launched the landmark initiatives through our social media handles. Over the past 4 months, we have hosted many virtual summits, talk shows and symposiums, mega movements and reached out to millions of audiences online through our extensive promotion on social media and digital space. IHW Council, always welcoming the like-minded companies, social organizations and individuals engaged meaningfully in uplifting people, communities and societies. Let's join the movement for people to get their basic birthright: clean air, clean water, good food and good health, and help in making Bharat a healthy nation.
Welcome to Artist for Her. Artist focuses on activities that will contribute towards the Sustainable Development Goals as outlined by the United Nations. We are a group of expert healthcare professional, leaders of professional organizations, national and international, key opinion makers, researchers and academicians, leading clinicians in practice. Artist for Her has adopted an ambitious vision 2022, which has been categorized under 5 verticals A, B, C, D, E, namely adolescence care and anemia control, building contraceptive choice, cervical cancer and vaccine, diabetes, emergency care during childbirth. Artist supports programs that are built around A, R, T, advocacy, research, training. Advocacy. To reach patients and professionals with the right healthcare messages on the relevant channels. Build advocacy to address health, social and economic challenges. Empower women and youth. Research. Research in Indian context to see what works for us in this complex and diverse country with unique socio-economic challenges. Improve access to innovative and equitable healthcare solutions. Our complex social, political and economic dynamic makes India a truly unique nation. Training. Working with steadfast dedication towards building skilled healthcare workforce and enabling pertinent policy change, especially in the sector of women's healthcare. Artist has also laid emphasis on lending emergency care and medical aid to women during childbirth. Artist has closely worked with the national body FOGSI and international body FIGO. The skill transfer by Artist is brought to scale through a cost-effective methodology on digital platform. Our vision is to train 1 million healthcare providers to reach every woman and girl in our country. Please join us and visit the website at www.artistforher.com.
bara 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 ho bara 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 bara se niche mujhe chain na aave dil dak dak hove saas phul jaave bara se upar ho to jaan mein jaan aave चेहरा खिल जावे सारा काम हो जावे फिर सब कुछ लगे प्यारा जीऊं जैसे बहती धारा सबका मैं बनूं सहारा क्योंकि मैं हूँ बोदल बारा 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 हो बारा 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 हो बारा बारा के नीचे मेरा दिल घबरावे बाल झड़ जावे चेहरा पीला पड़ जावे बारा से ऊपर तो बात बन जावे शक्ति आ जावे सांस दुगना हो जावे मिल गया खुशियों का इशारा मारा, खुद को मैंने फिर संवारा, खुल गया सेहत का पिटारा, क्योंकि मैं हूँ मोर देन बारा। बारा 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 हो मेरा बारा, बारा 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 हो बारा।
Even I am more than 12, which means that the iron content in my blood is more than 12. If it's less than 12, then we are anemic. And being anemic is a hazard for every woman, for her health and for her pregnancy. Let's make India anemia free and take the first step today by taking a blood test. The iron in your blood has to be more than 12.
More than bara.
The world green tea fast dissolving films eliminate food grade plastics altogether. Refresh, recharge and rejuvenate with the world's only ready to use green tea films today. For more info, visit www.shilpaotc.com.
Welcome to Artist for Her. Artist focuses on activities that will contribute towards the Sustainable Development Goals as outlined by the United Nations. We are a group of expert healthcare professional, leaders of professional organizations, national and international, key opinion makers, researchers and academicians, leading clinicians in practice. Artist for Her has adopted an ambitious Vision 2022, which has been categorized under 5 verticals A, B, C, D, E, namely adolescence care and anemia control, building contraceptive choice, cervical cancer and vaccine, diabetes, emergency care during childbirth. Artist supports programs that are built around A, R, T, advocacy, research, training. Advocacy. To reach patients and professionals with the right healthcare messages on the relevant channels. Build advocacy to address health, social and economic challenges. Empower women and youth. Research. Research in Indian context to see what works for us in this complex and diverse country with unique socio-economic challenges. Improve access to innovative and equitable healthcare solutions. Our complex social, political and economic dynamic makes India a truly unique nation. Training. Working with steadfast dedication towards building skilled healthcare workforce and enabling pertinent policy change especially in the sector of women's healthcare. Artist has also laid emphasis on lending emergency care and medical aid to women during childbirth. Artist has closely worked with the national body FOGSI and international body FIGO. The skill transfer by Artist is brought to scale through a cost-effective methodology on digital platform. Our vision is to train 1 million healthcare providers to reach every woman and girl in our country. Please join us and visit the website at www.artistforher.com.
Bara, 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 wo bara. 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 बारह से नीचे मुझे चैन ना आवे, दिल धक धक होवे, सांस भूल जावे। बारह से ऊपर हो तो जान में जान आवे, चेहरा खिल जावे, सारा काम हो जावे, फिर सब कुछ लगे प्यारा, जीवन जैसे बहती धारा, सबका मैं बनूं सहारा, क्योंकि मैं हूँ more than 12। 12, 12, 12 हो 12, 12, 12, 12 हो 12। 12 के नीचे मेरा दिल घबरावे, बाल झड़ जावे, चेहरा पीला पड़ जावे। 12 से ऊपर तो बात बन जावे, शक्ति आ जावे, सांस दुगना हो जावे। मिल गया खुशियों का इशारा, खुद को मैंने फिर संवारा, खुल गया सेहत का पिटारा, क्योंकि मैं हूँ more than 12।
Even I am more than 12, which means that the iron content in my blood is more than 12. If it's less than 12, then we are anemic. And being anemic is a hazard for every woman, for her health and for her pregnancy. Let's make India anemia free and take the first step today by taking a blood test. The iron in your blood has to be more than 12.
More than 12.
Come to the end of the Bharat Poshan Premier Quiz 2020 as a part of the Bharat Nutrition Week. It has been a great journey. We've learned a lot about nutrition from the participants, from the people involved, from our teams, from the quiz, everybody. I'm sure we are walking away from this healthier and happier.
And more knowledgeable for sure.
Absolutely. You've made people more aware all the 6 teams that participated in the quiz have done really well.
Yes.
You all are real champions and we are all very, very proud of you.
Congratulations to the winners, and yes, everyone indeed.
We will still be announcing winners a little later on.
So keep holding on to your belts. All right. For your information, guys, the Bharat Poshan Premier Quiz is going to be grand in its second series, and we are going national.
Wow, that is great news.
So keep in touch with the IHW Council for the next big quiz with a fresh new selection. Wow. And of course, winning teams will get a wild card in the second round of team selection. So don't just put off that quiz game yet. You have to put on those quiz boots for the entire year. All
so
right.
Get set.
Ready for the next series.
Guys, I'm so happy about this.
Yes.
The second series and that too national. I would love that. Would I be able to participate next time?
I don't think so, Prince. I don't think it's free.
Oh, that's okay. I will walk out sad, but more knowledgeable.
Definitely.
So right now, we will be honored and really glad to invite the CEO of the IHW Council, Kamal Narayan, to say a few words to us.
Handing over the session to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Satwik and Princey. You guys were wonderful, all along this quiz contest and, all these 7 days. So thank you so much for doing a wonderful job as quiz masters. So let me then, say goodbye, good afternoon to everyone who have, joined us in this closing ceremony of this unique 7-day long virtual journey, which was aimed at building larger awareness about importance of healthy and right eating for living a healthy, optimal life. This is part of our long-standing advocacy on good food for good health. It is actually a painful irony that a country that has abundance of almost all types of food still has the largest number of world's most hungry and malnourished people, and majority of them are women and children. During these 7 days, we tried to educate people on different aspects of this paradox and also tried driving the point home to ensure that our food helps fighting diseases and not feeding them. Each one of us will have to be mindful and responsible about what we consume. This 7 days of virtual confluence got a befitting beginning by the Union Minister of State for Social Justice and Empowerment, Sri Ramdas Athavale, who emphatically highlighted need of ensuring nutritious food as the prerequisite for achieving the dream of social justice and empowerment for all. Apart from policy-focused discussions with experts, doctors, industry captains, Bharat Nutrition Week also brought healthy food tips from influencers, food enthusiasts from all walks of life through a special program called Good Food Talk Show and Live Food Show Healthy Khayega India. It also featured this very special IPL-style virtual Poshan quiz contest, which we just saw having its grand finale, and we will be having awarding and recognizing the winner of this. This quiz was intended to imbibe and educate our school children with healthy eating habits, and it was also in line with the idea mooted by the Prime Minister in his recent Mann Ki Baat public address. There were 6 teams comprising of over 83 children selected from a number of schools that have been battling it out over the last 7 days, and the finalists have joined us in this ceremony where we will be announcing their victory. We are thankful to Foxy and Artist for being the knowledge partner in this. Before we go ahead, I would request my team to play a small video about what all happened in the last 6 days of Bharat Nutrition Week. All that comes to us is processed in some way or the other, be it an apple or a bread or frozen meat or even salt that you eat.
So I think the processing industry is key to develop a sustainable system in any country to create food security.
The two big issues that we need to address in our food system is inflammation and addiction.
Marketers like us or marketers like others needs to be super responsible. What we are doing with the young generation, what we are doing with the kids, what we are doing with the moms.
It is true, what you cook at home is going to be that much more healthy than what you eat from outside.
No food has caused your disease. No food is going to cure your disease. But the diet play an important pivotal role as a complementary agent in the healing and care of arthritis and rheumatism.
All these extra findings show us that health and hygiene are so heavily integrated.
अपने देश की इकोनॉमी इंप्रूव होनी चाहिए, अपने देश के हर आदमी को सच्चा डाइट मिलना चाहिए। इस कार्यक्रम के लिए IHW काउंसिल को धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
So I'm so happy to see us all coming together for this Nutrition Week.
Now we are aware about the importance of food, and it's time to discuss about the food safety and hygiene.
You can't kill this thing even with running water. But what you have to do is maintaining precautions is the one option, and then proper cooking is another option.
We should treat our body as a temple, and if we are fit, we can take care of our family members, we can take care of our society. At the end, we say that each one teach one.
You need to heal your relationship with food. I think that is the first thing that you need to do.
Ayurveda also says that you are not what you eat, but you are what you digest.
The Bharat Poshan Premier Quiz. This is the day 1, and the theme for today is calcium.
Let's start with our day 2 and round 1. The theme for today is vitamin C and vitamin D.
So this is the day 3, and the theme for today is
anemia.
all right.
So this is day 4. The theme for today is immunity.
Immunity.
This is day 5, and the theme for today is protein.
Okay. Today is the semi-finale, all right, guys? This is day 6, and the theme for today is health.
Calcium warriors, anemia fighters, and immunity boosters are going to our grand finale tomorrow.
Few ingredients can come together to make something so spectacular.
You can cook anything, but adding love to the food that you make is very important.
We make eating healthy easy. Thank you for having me over. Thanks.
For putting together such a wonderful video capturing all the highlights of our 7 days journey now. And I am also happy to underline and to bring into the knowledge of everyone who has joined today us that this Bharat Nutrition Week over the last 1 month, time when we reached out to the public and to the audience and tried to spread awareness on healthy food habits and importance of nutrition also during the last 7 days. we have reached out to over 20 lakh people through our social media platforms, which included massive reach in all platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and others. We also were extensively covered by the mainstream media for the important deliberations which happened during these 7 days. The highest point of this novel program was experienced when we saw an emergence of a new resolve to accelerate elimination of anemia from our nation, that is crippling the health of our women and our children. This resolve came in form of SAPAT, a multi-stakeholder collective to achieve time-bound and measurable reduction in anemia in our country. We are grateful for the kind support that was extended from the apex body of obstetricians and gynecologists in India, FOXI. We have Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, who is the president of FOXI, with us today, and Emcure Pharmaceuticals, Asian Research and Training Institute for Skill Transfer Artists. We have the CEO of Artists, Dr. Hema Divakar, who has been a great support for this program with us today, and also Nandghar Initiative of Vedanta Limited, Women Health and Wellbeing for Women Empowerment Foundation, and we have Dr. Meera Agnihotri with us. She is the founder and professor in Kanpur on obstetrician and gynecology. So, and WIS Foundation for coming together and taking up this critical mission on making India anemia free. To further step up the advocacy and awareness around anemia, but we are also announcing, and all these stakeholders came together to announce, to observe National Anemia Day on 21st of March. So let us take the, I will also be, kind of taking the pleasure of unveiling the SAPAT initiative for our viewers, and also in the august presence of our guests today. So can we have a video on the SAPAT initiative? So here was our collective SAPAT, our resolve to work towards something which our country is suffering for very, very long. It is also our privilege that we have been joined by some of the most influential health and wellness nutrition leaders of our country, and would love to hear from them few key messages that they feel are the most effective way forward for making a well-nourished individual who make healthy, happy families and the nation. So let me welcome Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, President of FOXI. Dr. Gandhi is a leading champion of women and child health causes. I would like to hear from Dr. Gandhi about his experience with the Bharat Nutrition Week and what is his message for the people. Dr. Gandhi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamal Narayan, for inviting me. I think in last 2 months I am here for the second time, and it was always a pleasure meeting you. Dr. Meera ji, Dr. Hema ji, Dr. Vidya, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Dr. Rajesh Pandya ji, Dr. Alok Jain, and all the dignitaries on the dais, all the stakeholders, policymakers, experts, and dear viewers. A very good afternoon to all of you. I am thankful to Dr. Kamal Narayan and IHW for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share my views. I feel honored and privileged. I would like to congratulate all the teams and children who have participated in interesting quiz. And I would also like to congratulate Hemaji, Vidya, and Dr. Miraji for doing excellent work and representing Foxy at all the podiums. I must congratulate IHW for continuing this essential services of spreading awareness, sensitize people for food, nutrition, even in this difficult time of COVID-19 pandemic. I think, yes, we are definitely facing a biggest health challenge, but at the same time, we cannot stop other important work. And I must congratulate IHW for this great work. I think, yes, at the beginning, you as rightly mentioned that it's a sad that India is facing. We can say we are the country having the largest number of hungry and malnourished people. So it is really a sad part. Though we are manufacturing, we have producing good quantity of food, but still this is also one of the biggest problem. We have learned so many things in this pandemic. Of course, this is not a good way to learn the important things. But yes, with this pandemic, I think there are few words which everybody is now knowing, like mask. Everybody are also knowing hygiene and immunity. Everywhere we can we can hear these two words, immunity, and hand wash and washing. And this is very important message for us also. Before any meal, any food, hand wash is very, very important. So COVID-19 has also give us this important message. As I think previously you might be knowing, must be during these 7 days, it must be announced or declared that Foxy is also celebrating a campaign for 90 days for anemia-free India, which was launched on 15th of the August. And yes, this time Foxy has done so many community connect programs. And this time we have decided to go on a different platform. Every time we were organizing e-conclave and we are reaching to the viewers. This time we have decided to go to the listeners, and we selected the platform of radio, and through Radio City and other radios in 24 big cities of India. On 15th August, we launched this program, and our interviews and message were continuing from morning 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. night. And during this period, 1 crore, I am happy to share with all of you that 1 crore 6 lakh people have, we could able to pass the message to 1 crore and 6 lakhs people of India. So it's a big achievement at the level of Foxy. Yes, coming to the our important, I would also like to congratulate for this Bharat Nutrition Week for good food for healthy India. And we all know that it's a public health issue. Human need a wide range of nutrients to lead a healthy and active life. An adequate and well-balanced diet combined with regular food and regular physical activity is a cornerstone of good health. Poor nutrition can lead to reduced immunity, increased susceptibility to disease, impaired physical and mental development, and reduced productivity. Healthy diet consumed throughout the life helps in preventing malnutrition in all its forms, as well as wide range of NCDs and conditions. Dr. Hemaji is working a lot at the NCD aspect at our parent organization at the world level, FIGO, and Dr. Miraji is also working very hard for all these aspects. But increased consumption of processed foods and changing lifestyles has led to a shift in dietary patterns. People are consuming more food high in energy, fats, free sugars or salt or sodium, and many do not eat enough fruits, vegetables, dietary fibers such as whole grain. So these all factors are contributing to an imbalanced eating. A balanced and healthy diet will vary depending on the individual needs, but the basic principle of what constitutes a healthy diet remains the same. A balanced diet is one which contains variety of foods in such quantities and proportion that the need of all nutrients is adequately met for maintaining health, vitality, and general well-being. The major food issues of concern are insufficient, imbalanced intake of foods, nutrients. One of the most common nutritional problem of public health importance in India are low birth weight, malnutrition in children, chronic energy deficiency in adults, micronutrient malnutrition, and diet-related non-communicable diseases. And being a healthcare providers and being a policymakers or stakeholders, it is really a matter of concern, and we all need to work at this level. Healthy dietary practices begin early in life. We all know that undernutrition in utero can lead to diet-related chronic diseases in later life. Breastfeeding is most important thing, but still in India, during first hour, only 56% mothers are breastfeeding their babies. Breastfeeding promotes healthy growth and improves cognitive development and may have longer term benefits. Foods can be categorized mainly in three: energy rich foods, body like carbohydrates and fats, body fluid, bodybuilding foods like proteins, and protective foods like vitamin and minerals. We need all three different types of food in certain proportion. And nutrition is important for everyone, but is very different for every individual. May it be an infant, growing child, pregnant women, lactating women, elderly people. The diet varies from person to person depending upon various factors. Infants should be breastfed exclusively during the first 6 months of life. Infants should be breastfed continuously until 2 years of age and beyond. From 6 months of age, breast milk should be complemented with a variety of adequate, safe, and nutrient complementary foods. A balanced diet is the key to protect our child against nutritional deficiency. Malnutrition is also defined as a state of poor nutrition caused by insufficient or balanced diet. Childhood is the most critical time for development and growth, development of mind also, and to fight infections. So it is very essential that the children get a good dose of energy, proteins, vitamins, minerals. It is very important to follow that hygienic practice also. Teenage girls experience more physiological changes and physiological stress than boys because of onset of menarche. And therefore, these girls should eat diet which is also rich in both vitamins as well as minerals. Nowadays, motherhood is also a testing phase of every woman's life, may it be physiological, mentally, or nutritionally, or psychologically. If you are pregnant, make sure that you eat well. Extra food is required to meet the nutritional requirement of the baby in your womb. And you may need extra calcium, extra iron, vitamin C, and many other micronutrients. Iodine deficiency during pregnancy can also cause problems like abortions, stillbirths. So many things needed to be taken care during pregnancy. And yes, for adults also, they should use salt in moderation, as high intake of salt might lead to high blood pressure. And adult females should take a diet rich in calcium. And the diet for elderly people should include nutrient-rich foods to enable them to be fit and active. Senior citizens need more of vitamins and minerals to be healthy and active. Elderly need calcium, iron, zinc, vitamin A, antioxidant to prevent age-related degenerative diseases and for healthy aging. So it's a big topic, and at every different phase of life, we require different type of balanced food. Yes, there are dietitians, there are doctors, we can take their help, but good food, balanced diet, regular food, and at the same time, it should not cause overweight or obesity. These all are the important public health issues and public health measures to improve nutritional education. We require education, mass awareness programs, sensitization programs, and updating programs for our fraternity also. And I think education from the adolescent time during school education is very, very important. So we all should advocate education for food and nutrition in the curriculum itself. It should be there. So with this, my few ideas and vision of Foxy, I would like to end here. Once again, I am thankful to IHW for giving me this opportunity to share my views. You all are doing good work. Continue this good work. I wish a grand success to the ceremony, and I wish all of you safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gandhi. You almost summarized the most of the discussions which we had in last 6-7 days, and I'm sure that this will give a very, very important messaging to all the viewers who will be watching us live and also after this. And I can also see that you have on your screen Doctors for Clean Air promotion. I should also tell all our viewers that today is the first International Clean Air Day, and ISW Council, the first advocacy area for us is the clean air for all, good air for all. So I think there are so many such common ground which we as a council, ISW, is working, and you as doctors, experts, and also as a head of one of the largest, I think, medical body is working. So thank you so much, Dr. Gandhi, and we will look forward to take this, especially this quiz contest initiative which we undertook in association with Foxy, and Foxy provided us a lot of that knowledge support to conduct that program. We will be able to take it to the national level as just announced by our quiz masters. So thank you so much.
Dr. Vidyaji will always be there for this. She is doing a lots of work, and she is our brand ambassador.
Thank you so much. So yeah, Dr. Vidya was a great support on that. So now I would go for the other esteemed members and guests who have joined us today. And let me go to the Nari Sakti now, and also among the most senior among them, Professor Dr. Meera Agnihotri, who has joined us from Kanpur. And she is doing a wonderful job in the area of women empowerment, and has started great work doing under the Women Health and Empowerment, Wellbeing for Women Empowerment Foundation, WWW Foundation. To Dr. and Professor Dr. Meera Agnihotri ji, quick and brief remark from your side, and also the encouragement for the children who participated in this whole quiz contest.
Thank you, Kamal. Thank you very much. I know it must be quick and brief because we have learned a very lengthy lesson from our Foxy President, Dr. Gandhi, who is very meticulous and putting up the subjects. I am really fond of him. And do you know this thing that just like that, I keep on talking to him on telephone, discussing so many things. And he also says, "That's madam, this should be continued," and so. So he's a very cooperative Foxy president, working in all the Thank you, Kamal, for a wonderful initiative for all these 7 days. It was a very, very motivative program, and it should reach to the masses, because you have touched the crux of the subject, that the this quiz competition will carry out the messages just like a fragrance around. It need not to be put into the basket. It has to be thrown and flown all along. As far as we are concerned, I just put my views that one of the most important thing, Alpesh will also agree with me, Hima will also agree with me, we have got ample stores. We are masters everywhere. We are become champions in yoga. We are become champions in industry, sports, and whatnot. And we have got ample and sufficient food all around. We are not having any paucity. We are not poor that way. But the unfortunate part of the story is that the nutrition and things are not able to reach the perfect, and the needle is still hanging around the 50%, which we just want to change. And for that, two things are required. One most important thing is that you just crush down the number of the peers. The way the population is rising, if you have got four chapatis in your basket and you have got 400 people to share, I don't know what is the nutrition, what is diet, and what is immunity, and what all it is. So first of all, we have to just put a break to the population. Stabilization must be there. Second thing is, our people are just gender biased, which was discussed all through. Male must get better food, the females must get a little less, or females must get in the end. So this gender bias and population stabilization is very important. Of all these things, I may be very important, I may be very good, I may be very learned, but if my social circumstances are not allowing me to eat anything, I may not be able to take. Things are kept in my face, but my elders and the others who are having myths in their mind, you should not take this thing and that it will not go. So women is a complete circle. She is a creator, she is a nurturer, and she has to just develop this thing. So we have to start from the women, we have to start from the womb, we have to start from the childhood, as has already been told by the earlier speaker, and different age groups have got different foods. And for that, one and the only tool is women empowerment. Unless our women are empowered, they cannot become anemia free, whatever we may keep on doing it. Because our mindset is like this, that we will be taking everything in the last, whether I am pregnant, I am not pregnant, I am girl or adolescent, whatever I am. So mindset has to be changed, and that will be changed by Shiksha, Samanjasya, Swasthya, Samta and Samanta, which I have been talking all through. So just be a little towards inverting the curve of growth in our country, population stabilization, gender bias to be eradicated, and there must be equality everywhere, and then our women must be, you see, empowered to decide and take what we are telling to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Professor Meera Agnihotri, for your wonderful remark. And I know your passion towards women empowerment. And I'm sure that with people like you leading this, the whole mission will definitely be achieving not only women empowerment, but also this, I think, kind of long-standing issue of eliminating anemia. And we will be able to see that day, I think, soon. Dr. Hema Divakar, I'll continue with the Nari Shakti for a minute, and then we'll go to our other guests. So, Dr. Hema Divakar, your few words about the initiative and also the audience.
Few words.
Namaskar. There are three little things that I have to place in front of our august audience. One is that our beloved president, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, in his address, time and again, he kept on referring to Kamalji as Dr. Kamal Narayan. Yes, Kamal, in this entire scenario of 40 great hours of grueling with all of us around, you definitely deserve an honorary doctorate from us. So that is the first ceremony in the closing that I would like to announce, because truly, walking the talk has been your style, and we really, really appreciate that. The second thing is Dr. Vidya Tobbi. Just at a phone call, just within few seconds, not even minutes, just within a few seconds, the response and the ripple effect to the entire team of Food and Drug Committee champions who started the WhatsApp group and started pouring in the quiz questions and correcting it, sorting it out, and a huge lot of work which has been done. And Satvik and Princy will definitely, love to interact with them, the whole group, which is a pan-India group. So for the next level of quiz, we are already promising that with champions and leaders like Vidya and her team, you will have no dearth for the knowledge because they're truly passionate knowledge partners. And the last thing that I would like to close with is the Shapath initiative. We've been thinking about anemia for more than 40 years, when the National Nutrition Program was launched, and then finally Anemia Mukt Bharat was announced. We've been talking last 40 hours, or even many more hours, 4,000 hours if I may count, and it's reached 20 lakh people. Alpesh ji says that we've been catering to the listeners more than 1 crore. So the thinking, talking, listening is done. It's time for action. And for that, truly, as you said, Kamalji, it was incidental that a group of women came together and took a very firm resolve. I was so happy to lead and moderate a session to see the vision of our own women who have taken the Shapath to walk the path towards Anemia Mukt Bharat. There was Sadhvi ji from the Wash Alliance, Namita ji from MCure, Ritu ji from Wish Foundation, our own Meera ji from the WWW Foundation, Shanta Kumari from Foxy, and Minnie from the Indian Nutrition. All of us together have determined and to document, to audit, to learn our lessons, and take the thought to the implementation and have an impact. Once again, in front of the August audience and our champions and torchbearers here, I would like to firmly place on records that you will see the action rolling in, and you will see the generation next in our own country walking towards the pink of their health. With that, Dr. Divakar and myself and team artists very wholeheartedly thank all our collaborators, because connect and collaborate has been our philosophy. And my special heartfelt thanks to Dr. Kamal Narayan. Now I have to address you like that, Kamal, because we are self-made you doctor. So I really think that this is a great leap towards many more good things to happen. Good food, good air, good sanitation, good water, and the best of everything for India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hema Divakar, and it's very kind of you that you are giving me this honorary title. But I would be more happy to be a health communicator rather than being a doctor, because I don't know whether whether I really kind of live up to that. So thank you so much, but your generosity, and I'm sure that this your Shapath initiative is also kind of a case study of DIY, do it yourself, kind of thing, because now women, as you said, that the Nari Shakti has come together to eliminate anemia themselves. So I'm sure this is going to have a wonderful outcome as we go forward. So thanks for all your support, and also let me put on record that this whole idea of Bharat Nutrition Week was actually came from Dr. Diwakar, who kind of encouraged with our initiative and our effort in Gratitude Week, which we did in July from 1st to 7 to show the kind of national gratitude to the doctors who have been fighting at the forefront of this corona pandemic. She said that this national Poshan Ma as well as the International Nutrition Week should be kind of utilized to highlight these very, very important topics which are getting ignored in the the overall I think overshadow of COVID-19 discourse. So thank you so much for helping us bring back the focus on these very important essential thing. I request Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, who has been a pillar of support and then helping us put together the whole agenda to kind of identify the right kind of speakers. That the last 7 days we had almost 100 odd speakers coming from all aspects of food and nutrition. So Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, a few words from your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamal, and thanks to all the eminent people, starting with Matri Shakti or women power, as you said, Meera ji, Hema ji, Vidya ji, Alpesh ji, outside Matri Shakti, Alpesh ji, Alok ji, Rajesh ji, Satvik and Princey included in the Matri Shakti. So all of them are doctors, and recently Christian doctor is Kamal, and would-be doctors are Satvik and Princey. The great work they are doing. So I start with complimenting you, Kamal, for this initiative, and with your partners Hema ji, Meera ji, and Alpesh ji to take this initiative to educate people. I was just doing back of the envelope calculations. You have reached out to 1 in 700 Indians in this last 1 week, which is a great achievement. And your partner, Foxy, has reached out to 1 in 140 with their anemia messages. So the great work being done. And don't look at the number reached. It has a multiplier effect. Because a person who listens to you, talk to his family, talk to his friend, and the message goes around. So I'm sure this will have a huge impact. And the time is just right. Government has made many nutrition related missions recently. You have the Bharat Poshan Abhiyan, National Nutrition Mission. You have Anemia Mukt Bharat Abhiyan, and we have referred to Prime Minister's last address to the nation in his Mann Ki Baat, and talked about innovative things, which is nutrition monitors at community level and nutrition card for every vulnerable beneficiary. So great time and the great initiative at the right time. I will just summarize 4 messages based on what I've been listening to other experts in the session. One is home and family has to be the forefront of our nutrition campaign. Mother is the most important nutrition functionaries and most important nutrition educationist. She may be illiterate, but she has wisdom of thousands and thousands of years, which she relies on. So let's keep in mind, what food we grow has to be affordable to the poorest of the poor in the country. Otherwise, it will not reach the right people. What is purchased, what goes into cooking, how it is cooked, how much is cooked, how often it is given to the family member, and what is given to the most vulnerable people in the family, the pregnant women, the lactating women, the under 5 child, adolescents, elderly, and also those suffering from non-communicable diseases. All that is done at family level. So that is the most important part of our initiative to improve nutrition. As I said earlier, home is the biggest nutrition university in the world. The desirable food practices are taught at home, are learnt at home, and the behavior is set at home. So we have to keep that in mind. And we all know, those of us who have been working in child development, that the nutrition taste and nutrition habits and dietary practices are set. Most important period is 6 to 9 months of age, when the taste buds are getting formed. If you give the child food rich in sugar, food rich in salt, the child continues to eat these things, and these things affect the future child's behavior, and also the diseases the child becomes prone to. Socio-cultural and religious practices are very important. We must keep that in mind and respect them. Don't laugh at them. Don't make derogatory statements when somebody does a wrong thing, because that has come from generation. They have a strong belief in that. So respectfully tell them what needs to be done. Compliment them. Very important. Good practices are also included there. Start with those and come to those practices which you think are not desirable. Second point I want to say is nutrition is too important to be left to government alone, to be left to a sector alone, to be left to a specialist alone. We have to include everybody in the government, private sector, manufacturers, producers, right down the supply chain. So everybody is important. Everybody's role must be defined, and everybody should take responsibility. Otherwise, we will continue to live with the shame of one of the top 10 producers of every food in the world. And when you look at hunger index, 102 at the bottom of the scale. Worse than many countries which are not food sufficient. So let's go get over this enigma that we are producing. We are exporting food, at the same time Indians are not getting enough food. So we need to, and it needs to be seamless. The food should flow right it up to the point where it is consumed. The third point I want to say is COVID has exposed the cracks in our food supply chain. Fresh foods and fresh fruits and vegetables were the first to suffer when the movement across the country was disrupted. So let's keep in mind that the food supply chain needs to be made robust. These shocks like COVID don't interrupt that. The fourth and the last message is, let's look at the whole nutrition spectrum. There are no separate worlds of undernutrition and overnutrition. You have a person who is obese, but at the same time deficient in micronutrients. So, and let's focus on those who are in the middle. They neither become undernourished nor they become overnourished for every nutrient. So that's the last message. And coming back to thank you again, and putting together such eminent people, more than 100 of them for this whole week. I am sure you have made a good beginning, and all of us who have been connected with your initiative need to take it forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar, for your encouraging words. You talked about that why we need to make sure that the nutrition should be reaching to everyone who need it. And in this area, Dr. Suju Datta is also with us. He is from Akshay Patra Foundation, and they have been doing wonderful work during this COVID-19 time. So if she is connected, I would request her to just, if she can share a few words about Bharat Nutrition Week, and also if she wishes to give some message to the audience. Dr. Suju Datta, you are there? Dr. Datta, you were on mute. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think International Health Wellbeing, IHC, IHWC, you've done a wonderful job. Sir Kamal Narayan sir and your entire team, really, really proud and happy to be a part of it, to be even invited. We at Akshay Patra are really, happy and delighted to be a part of this wonderful journey. And it's like an app thing. This was really a required thing of the moment. And with this nutrition month coming in, and you all putting together this 1 to 7 days, absolutely mind-blowing. And you all have the team has done a wonderful job. So it's great. And as Dr. Sanjeev Kumar said, I think mother is the most important, starting point. And that's the place where everything happens, the nutrition education. So teaching her, if at all she is not aware, but actually by instinct, a mother knows. But even then, if at all they do not know, if we can reach out to them, like Dr. Hema Divakar said, taking a shepherd and, at least educating them, I think that's the place where the child learns and is able to imbibe and teach others. And then the entire generations actually of well-being would be there. And I think that's the starting point. And I think all of us, should work towards it. And we also in Akshay Patra work with the children, and they are the most vulnerable. We also work with, like last time when I was also in the panel, we work with pregnant and lactating mothers. That's one most difficult segment actually to manage. But we try and do whatever we can along with the state government's individual help. But yes, I think as a community, if we work towards it, I think we can, really, really conquer and crack it up. And like Dr. Hema said, it's time for action. And I think not only Nari Shakti, everybody works together. I think the country will move ahead as not only a thing of, top ranking in all the food production, but also in being nutrition, anemia mukt, so nutrition poshan Bharat. And I think, thank you very much. And I also dream of that, and I would really like to be a part of the entire thing. And we at Akshay Patra would definitely be also a part of the entire, Mr. Kamal Narayan, your venture of, and the dream of all of us to make an anemia mukt Bharat, and a fantastic nutrition ocean should be, and we should not see malnutrition. That's the worst. Hunger, malnourished people. I mean, it's just that when one side you see obesity and the other side you see those hungry, malnourished children, it's like the other side of the spectrum. And we just, we are all here. And I think we should just make it a movement, a revolution, and it will definitely happen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Datta. And I think we have got one more partner in our Shapath initiative, that is Akshay Patra. This is this is what I kind of take away from your message. Thank you so much. We also have the people with whose support we could put together this 7 day of effort. We have Dr. Sandeep Bhatia ji, who is head of India business at Silpa, pharmaceuticals, and his support was also kind of pivotal in putting this whole initiative. So Sandeep ji, your quick remark.
Sure. I think first of all, I'm really delighted to be among such an august audience here. This has been a wonderful listening. I have been listening to all of you. My really sincere thanks to each one of you. I think the way you all have been able to express, and the way the empowerment you are giving to the society, and the way I think you are taking the things forward, my salute to all of you. And on the lighter side, let me say, Mr. Kamal Narayan has become a week specialist, because last time also he conducted a mammoth session, which was for a week. Again, this time also, look at the energy on the last day of last movement. It is as if the program is going to start. So I think, Kamal, you are a weekly expert to all of us, and this is giving a tremendous energy. I will not take much of the time, but definitely I am thankful to IHW Council. Rather, each and every of your team member has been very, very impressive. And I was just listening to both Satvik and Sani also. As Dr. Sanjeev rightly said, that they are the person who are the next in doctor, no doubt about it. I think it is a collective effort, and this collective effort has seen such a wonderful outcome. Dr. Meera, Dr. Hema, Dr. Vidya, I think excellent. Just heard Dr. Sanju also, Dr. Datta also as well. Everyone, I think very, very well done program, and I'm really thankful on behalf of Shilpa Medicare, because this is one company which has got a huge presence in API in the global market, and we are a company, we are entering in India, and we would also be having gynecologic product. Recently, we have launched a product called Shilpa Green Tea Film, which is a very unique concept, and which is again talks about the immunity, talks about various other aspects which are related to wellness. So I'll not take much of the time. Thank you very much, Kamal, and I acknowledge everyone's contribution. Thank you very much, all of you, for making this program a wonderful program. And Kamal, looking forward for many such programs in future under your banner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandeep ji. Your support and your kind of also have some of the very remarkable speakers who kind of illuminated the whole, these 7 days with their wonderful inputs and all. So we have Mr. Rajesh Pandya, who is Managing Director for Kai India, very special kind of work. We got to know about them very recently, about how they are, propagating the whole, issue of nail hygiene. And that's a wonderful concept, because we just got to know that hand hygiene is the most paramount thing, during COVID-19. And in hand hygiene, if nail hygiene is not done, then hand hygiene is not of much use. So, Mr. Pandya, your quick remark, and maybe also the congratulating message for the winners of this quiz contest. You are on mute, I think, sir.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Kamal, for giving me and our company this opportunity to pass on the message that nail hygiene is equally important as washing your hands for 20 seconds. And I'm very happy that IHW Council took the initiative of Bharat Nutrition, and the marathon program which you have made for 1 week was excellent, and all the children who took part in the quiz, I appreciate their enthusiasm, and the whole team behind it must have done hard work. Again, lots of congratulations to all of you, and bahut dhanyabad.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pandya, for your encouraging words. And we also, so let me also go to Miss Seema Jindal. She was also participating in one of our discussion, and also actually shared a lot of those healthy food tips. She is the founder of Nourish Organic. Seema ji, are you with us? I think she was. Oh, she has, I think, dropped. Okay, so now the last but not the least, and again to wrap up the whole thing with the the Nari Shakti as the theme has been going on. Vidya ji, you have been the soul behind this whole quiz show. And I think what we were putting together was just an outward appearance, and the whole content has been coming from your side. So your experience and a quick remark.
Yeah. I must thank IHW Council for the concept and bringing together all the school children. But I must acknowledge the mentors of mine. I thank Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, our Foxy president, who is a constant encouragement. Whenever I take any proposal, he will always support me. And second one, Dr. Hema Divakar. She is always my mentor. And I was telling her that I must do something in these 7 days. So suddenly she called me and she told, you have to participate in this quiz. And my all food drugs committee members came forward, and they have contributed extensively in this quiz. So I must thank them and I must acknowledge them. And I have also learned many things from the quiz. Many of the questions, many of the things we rectified, and we have put lot of efforts. And I must say that this should go to the national level as well. And I must say that Foxy is always supportive, and Foxy has got many initiatives like Anemia Mukt Bharat. We go to the doorstep. We have got, our president has done many CSR activities, even though in this corona pandemic. We did many community level works also. Through, of course, virtual way, but we have reached the people. I must put it forth here in this August gathering. Of course, the adolescent nutrition is my very favorite part, and I must tell 4 things. Now, our Prime Minister Modi has come forward with the nutrition report cards. Now, they will be incorporated in every result sheet also, and that is very welcome thing, what we can say. And as he says, Yatha Annam Tatha Manam. So we have in our Ayurveda that whatever things we eat, that will help in our mental and intellectual development as well. And it is always directly related to the quality of food we eat. So we had that sattvic, tamasic and rajasi ahar. So, and one must should eat what is seasonal food also. We had, according to Rutu, our food habits were different. But now with the influence of Western and everything, our food habits are changing. So these things one should rectify. And thank you very much. I am a chairperson of Food, Drugs and Medical Surgical Equipment Committee, FOXY. And I acknowledge my thanks to all the dignitaries. There are other dignitaries like Meeraji from FOXY. And I must thank everyone on this dais and giving the opportunity to me to participate in the quiz. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vidya ji. Now we are reaching towards the most awaited part of it, and a lot of kids are waiting for that. But before I go to that, actually, the whole Bharat Poshan Premier Quiz was done and in partnership with World of Wellbeing. World of Wellbeing is a concept which tries to work for kids and school children as well as the youngsters for imbibing well-being oriented mental, spiritual and academic practices. So we have Mr. Alok Jain, who is also part of our Apex advisory board in ISW Council. He is a veteran academician and has been part of various skill and training institutions and organizations. So Alok ji, your remark and also experience with Bharat Premier Quiz. So
good evening, everyone, and thank you, Kamal, for inviting me for this particular session. I'm really honored to be among such eminent personalities and leaders from the healthcare and wellness industry. Me being from information technology background and being in the field of education, it's going to be difficult for me to make some comments on the issue of health care or wellness. So let me change the topic and talk something on the world of well-being, because that's my favorite topic within the IHW. So the world of well-being is something that we conceived and launched 3 months back. And the idea is to educate and train masses to stay happy and healthy through various training and knowledge sharing programs. Now in this series, we have already conducted few training programs and those programs will continue. But one of the key things that we have launched during this week was the quiz. And I would like to first thank Satvik and Princey for conducting this quiz. Such brilliant way they have managed this show. And I would like to congratulate all the participants for our inaugural quiz, those who have participated. And I know they have been waiting for too long to know who's the winner. So I will not take long. I would like to congratulate the winners in advance and let Kamal and his team now announce the winners as well. Thank you so much, Kamal.
Thank you, Alok ji. Thank you. Before I just pass it on to Satvik and Princey, do we have Seema Jindal ji with us? So we'll be happy to hear from her and
connection got dropped.
All right. So okay. So Satvik and Princey, now the time has come, and we almost have spent made these children wait for nearly 70 minutes now. And I think we have also, apart from what they showed their knowledge in terms of nutrition, we have given a top up also to them to understand a lot more about nutrition, health and its role on well-being. So Satvik, Princey, please go ahead with your announcement much awaited announcement. And then we will request Alpesh ji to, in a way, virtually present the certificates and congratulate these winners.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamal Narayan. It was great hearing you and everybody else. It is such an enlightening moment and opportunity for us also. We also would like to thank everybody, the entire teams, the people included in this, even if they had a small piece to play. The participants, we want to thank Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, Dr. Vidya Thobi, Dr. Hima Divakar, Dr. Meera Agnihotri, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Dr. Sanju Datta, Dr. Rajesh Pandya, Mr. Sudeep Bhatia, Mr. Alok Jain, and of course, Dr. Kamal Narayan for their kind.
Mr. Kamal Narayan.
That will be more suitable. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, sirs and ma'ams. And thank you, the entire team of Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, for the amazing teamwork. It has been a great learning opportunity for all of us. And thank you, Rajiv Kumar, for such a nice concept. Himani, Akriti, Saurabh, Mirza, Akshay, Arun, and Swati, for all your support. This would have not been possible without the team support. Thank you so much for bearing with us with our mistakes and supporting us throughout the 7 days of the event.
Yes.
All right.
What is it time for now?
It is time for the
results. Oh my God, I cannot wait.
Yes.
I'm so excited. The 7 days have finally come to fruition. Participants, what are you saying? Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you
Yes,
ready?
sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
sir.
Get
Yes,
excited. All right. So all right. So it's been 7 days of great quizzing.
Yes.
And at the third position of the quiz is Princey.
The third position, Satvik, are the Anemia Fighters.
With 220 points, the Anemia Fighters. A great round of applause. Technical errors. All right. Mani, can we have the celebrations for Anemia Fighters, please? With 240 points, the team at the second position of the Bharat Poshan Premier Quiz 2020 is, Princey,
the Immunity Boosters.
Yes, congratulations.
Not last but not the least at all, the winners of the Bharat Poshan Premier Quiz 2020 Kyuki. The winners are,
with 250 points, the winners are Congratulations all the teams, congratulations Calcium Warriors, Anemia Fighters and Immunity Boosters. This has been some great 6 days of learning and nutrition.
You will get your awards, your much awaited awards, and I am sure that you will have walked out of here healthy and more knowledgeable about nutrition for your life ahead.
I know I have.
Yes. Absolutely.
If the time permits, I would request all the team members of the winning team first to just introduce themselves quickly, say their name so that they can at least come on the screen and we can see who are these the Calcium Warriors.
Yes, Calcium Warriors, introduce yourselves one by one. Show us your faces and unmute yourselves.
Hi, I'm Akanksha Saini.
Hi, Akanksha.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Are you happy for winning?
Yeah, very.
Who's the next member of the Calcium Warriors?
Diksha. Hi. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Diksha. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Who's the third member?
Hi, I'm Anushka.
Hi Anushka, congratulations on winning. We can't see you, Anushka.
Can you show us your video?
Sorry?
Can you show us your faces? Can you switch on your video?
It's on.
Okay, thank you so much, Anushka. And the next calcium warrior, do we have them with us?
Hi, my name is Reena.
Hi,
Hi,
Reena.
Reena.
Congratulations, Reena.
Thank you so much.
All right, the final calcium warrior.
Hi.
Hi. Did you learn something, guys? Did you learn something from the quiz?
I think everything we have learned.
Wow. Will you be implementing all of it in the future?
Surely.
Yeah.
It's an all-girls team.
The winning team also seems to
All
be
girls team.
all girls team. Huh?
Women power.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you all the participants for your wonderful participation, and definitely has been a wonderful learning experience for all of us. As Dr. We just heard that even Dr. Sanjeev wanted to answer some of those questions. So we are all getting tempted with the same kind of, we were all similarly tempted. Actually, I wanted to answer a lot of questions, and I'm sure a lot of our audience were answering that. And I'm, actually, Dr. Vidya, it was really an experience, because many of those things we were not aware. So thank you so much for putting together all this wonderful work. And team, do we have the virtual certificates? So I can request Dr. Gandhi to present that. Or
Yes.
So Dr. Gandhi, so you are presenting the virtual certificates to these winners. We don't have that animated process of giving. So they should be considering that it is coming from your hands. So Akanksha. Go ahead.
Akanksha, Reena, Anushka, and who are the two other members, guys?
Diksha,
Diksha
Reena,
and
Akanksha, Anushka,
and Palak.
Palak. Congratulations, warriors.
Do we have certificates for our runner-up teams also?
Yes,
Yes.
we have certificates. So, can we have certificates for the immunity boosters now?
Yeah, just a second.
Imani, we can do it one by one. We can start with Akanksha from Calcium Warriors.
Yes.
And then we can, or you can announce the names of the people that you're showing certificates for.
Sure, I guess. Okay.
Yes.
So I'll start with the immunity boosters.
Okay, great.
Sorry, anemia fighters.
Yes.
Alright, anemia fighter.
Gauri, congratulations, Gauri from Anemia Fighters.
Congratulations, Kritika from Anemia Fighters. Congratulations, Nayan from Anemia Fighters. Nehal from Anemia Fighters.
Thank you, sir.
And Vidushi Gupta from Anemia Fighters.
A huge round of applause for the team. You played immensely well.
Yes. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations.
All right, the next team is Himani. All right, the next team is the Immunity Boosters. Congratulations, Chirag from the Immunity Boosters.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Joydeep from the Immunity Boosters.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Love from the Immunity Boosters.
Thank you, sir.
Very well played, Pranshu from Immunity Boosters.
It was great playing with you, Rashid from the Immunity Boosters. A huge round of applause for this team.
Yes.
So,
and now the certificates for our winning team, the Calcium Warriors.
Yes, can we have them again, please?
Yes.
Congratulations, Palak, Calcium Warriors. Congratulations on winning the quiz.
Akanksha, congratulations for the Calcium Warriors.
Congratulations, Anushka.
Congratulations, Diksha from the Calcium Warriors.
And lastly, congratulations, Reena, for winning the Calcium Warriors.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause.
So, thank you so much, all our participants again, and Satvik,
Kamalji, Dr. Alpesh wants to say
for
something.
hosting such a one. Mr. Rajesh wants to say something. Yes,
And
Rajesh.
Alpesh.
Alpesh also.
Yes, sorry. Will it be a good idea, Kamalji, that all the participants who took part in the quiz, if we give them one nail clipper each, will it be a good idea or no?
Well, it will be certainly a very good idea, and they will become a hygiene warrior also for the next, edition of the quiz. So it will be a wonderful idea, definitely, sir. We will be happy.
So let me announce that not only the winners, but all the participants who took part in the quiz, if we get their addresses or whatever the way we wanted to send them, I mean, you will have to coordinate with us, but each participant will get one Atmanirbhar Made in India nail clipper.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Dr. Gandhi, you want to say thank you so much, Rajesh ji, for such a kind gesture. We will be sharing all the details so that you can send it to their places.
Sure.
Dr. Gandhi, you are on mute, sir.
I just want to congratulate Dr. Vidya for the good work, and I want to congratulate Satvik and Princey and their team for this excellent work and presentation. Not only the participant, but both of them were also excited. It was very good to see them excited. And I also would like to congratulate on behalf of Foxy to Calcium Warriors, Immunity Boosters, and Anemia Fighters. I actually like the names of the teams. It's a
Hema's idea.
and I think all the participants must have a great learning, a very good experience, and must be having great joy. Keep it this up, and I wish them best wishes for their future, and I wish Foxy is also organizing quiz in many community connect programs. So you please stay in contact with Dr. Vidya. Through Vidya, you can also know and participate in many other programs of Foxy's quiz, and you will also like to participate in Foxy's quiz also as well. So my best wishes to all of you, and thank you very much for this one extra minute to Mr. and Dr. Kamal Narayan.
Thank you so much, Alpesh ji. I'm going to become doctor for sure now. I believe you. So, thanks for recognizing and acknowledging the wonderful the names which were given for the team, and that's why from the day one we were saying that it's like a IPL style the quiz contest, because the names is itself conveys a message and conveys the message to the population, all the people, that where are the areas we need to work on. Dr. Sanjeev, you wanted to say something, or?
So I wanted to say nail clippers for every resource person as well.
Okay, so that has already been announced.
Okay, granted.
Thank you, Rajesh ji.
That has already been announced. So thank you so much. We are coming to the end of this, really exciting another week, and it was really a purposeful week. Every morning we were getting up to do something remarkable, and tomorrow it will not be maybe that exciting a morning, but I'm sure we are going to make it, and we will keep trying to see that where, as a council, as a responsible citizens. Alok sir, okay.
So I know tomorrow we're not going to have this session, but tomorrow is a great day because tomorrow is Dr. Kamal's birthday. So, congratulations in
Happy
advance.
birthday!
Happy birthday in advance.
Happy birthday.
So much that's so much. Thank you so much, Alokji, for bringing this in. I'm sure, yeah. So we will, as I will be getting a year older tomorrow, so we'll be recommitting, be dedicated myself to, and to all our team members to pursue our collective dreams of bringing health, happiness, well-being for everyone at all ages, at every place, and to each and everyone in this country. That's the vision we are living for. And thank you so much with this, and we kind of say goodbye. This was the word I mistakenly used in the very beginning of this session. So now it is the time to actually say goodbye to all of you, and we are looking forward to reconnect, reconverge for some more exciting, encouraging, and purposeful work. So with this, thank you so much. Good evening, and have a wonderful time ahead till the time we again meet and converse to share more knowledge with the people who follow us and who look forward to get important information from ISW Council. So with this, I also just quickly thank my all team members. So whatever we were seeing in this virtual screen for last 7 days, a team of almost 20 people were working really tirelessly for all these days. Himani, she has still not shown her face on this screen, but she was the one whose voice has been kind of reverberating all those 7 days of this, coordinating with so many speakers. Rajiv, who was the mastermind, not the quiz master, but mastermind behind all this. Himani is there. Rajiv, who was also, kind of hosting our good Healthy Khayega India show, and our, the design team, Mirza Khurram Beg, Akshay, Arun, and Vivekanand Misra, who has been, kind of trying to forge partnerships with many organizations so that we can put together this important initiative, and all other team members, Saurabh, who were, who is force behind reaching to these 20 lakh people over these 7 days. And I'm sure next 10-15 days we will be reaching another 10 lakh, because all the content which has been generated in these 7 days will be reaching out to many more people in a different format, so that this message of nutrition for all reaches to everyone everywhere. Thank you so much.
Kamalji, the starting goodbye, we would take it as goodbye to malnutrition and goodbye to hunger.
Yes.
Yes. That's a good one.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hema, for all the support. Thank you very much. And thank you, IHWC.
Thank
Kamal
you.
Narayan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste.
Good day.
Good day. Good day. All the best, Satvik and Saini.
Thank